Okay, hello. I'm back again with Apologist as Ace Attorney. I'm feeling still a little sleepy. I woke up at what time it was? It was I fell asleep at like 5 a.m. probably, and I woke up at like 1 p.m. because I set my alarm to that, and then I was like, "Oh, you know what? 2 more hours." So I woke up at 3 o'clock after that. Still a little sleepy. But I have taken my Adderall and I'm drinking cold water, so hopefully the sleepiness will dissipate. Anyway, time for the game. Okay, it didn't take long for it to pop up. That's good. Now let me go live on YouTube. Hope everyone's having a good day. We're now starting the trial segment for Case 4, Turnabout Succession. October 8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W. But not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please? Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? Give us a smile. Hey, just give us a smile, why don't you? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Brucey, let's take it easy for starters. Take it easy, man. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. Why does he keep assuming it's nail polish? Why can't it be something normal? But, you know, I can't blame him. It does look like a nail polish container. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Ooh, really? Girls. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really, and maybe one that led to his death. "10 a.m. Courtroom number 3. It's time for my terrible accent work. Let's go. We will now begin the trial of Vera Misham." Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jury system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurors will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurors have access to everything that transpires. Jurors, Judge Bell and Judge Kuhn. No, see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, Air Judge. Jurors, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurors are unbounded by the letter of the law, They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you might ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. Objection! There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Actum. Someone has been doing their homework. You know what? What does actum mean? And how do you pronounce it? Let me look that up. Wait, let me do German to make sure I get the right translation. Danger, respect, esteem, attention, regard, deference. Achtung. Achtung, someone has been doing the homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. I'm just moving the thing around on YouTube Shorts so that people get a clearer view. The mug! Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Misham's autopsy report added to the court record. Death by atropine poisoning. Estimated time of death, 9 to 9:30 p.m. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atropine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of aquaquinine in the body is the touch of the reaper's scythe. Scythe! Why did I say scythe? Scythe. I act like I can't even speak English sometimes. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Let me hear how that sounds with the German text-to-speech. The witness will state his name and occupation. In occupation. I mean, it's not that different from English, honestly. Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name's Mark Brushel. My job is a lone observer to the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? Ahem. If you don't mind, I'd like to say something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brushel? I just like conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make Park's sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel, end quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Excuse me, but they're still watching? Hashtag jury is watching. The journalist story. I visited the story around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? Ahem. Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me do anything like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations for a courtroom. End quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. 9 o'clock at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Trumisham says come at 9. Believe you me, I go at 9. The first, as it turned out, fuck. I'm trying to do something to make it more distinct, but I am having a hard time speaking. The first, and as it turned out, last interview was such a prolific painter. Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made end quote. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio? Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brussels guy, end quote. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So how did this epoch-making interview go? His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. Would you mind being a little more specific? Ooh-wee, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade. That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Air Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was going to say, really. Well now, if you got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times if necessary. Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff. Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. And what happened next? And you know what happened next. Star falls, end quote. What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money, over. Zowie! You don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy! This is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point, I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. The moment of death. About when Mr. Misham passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then? Then the cool finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cool was that touch he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, Life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist seizure is final performance, end quote. Atropine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow. The limbs tremble. The body arches back like a bow. Like a bow. The limbs tremble. The throat burns. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Advocating My Love by the Governors, available at all major music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of atropine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The court requested witness add this account to his testimony. Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. And I've had more than my fair share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? Brussels coffee. So you drank the coffee that Vera served you, too? Of course. When someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though. But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die. Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. End quote. That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at, then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee. Oh, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought. And one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side. No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess. Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important? We're talking about the coffee the witness drank. I'd say that is important. Very well, please add that to your testimony, Mr. Brushel. I drank the coffee too, but I'm not dead yet. You're sure you drank the coffee? Oh yes, quite. I gulped it down, felt that sweet scorch in my throat. But you say the victim took 1 sip and fell over, and you still kept drinking? Of course. Drink a coffee when it's hot, never when it's not. That's what my old boss used to say. Never really knew what he meant by it. Should I get him to talk about something else? The Star's coffee. You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had 1 so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks. End quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault. Did I gulp down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it? Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess? For the record? Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Oh, yes. You can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony. Vital, right. He had 1 sip of that. The next moment, he was on the floor. So he either took a sip or he didn't, and then fell over? Oh yes, indubitably. Just like that. Wham bam! So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Brushell's telling the truth, too. Should I get him to talk about something else? No need. There's no real need to change the testimony. The problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. Can you say that for sure? For sure. I'm sure. Drew Studio's in a big place, kiddo. I'd know it if someone else had come in. What if they had been hiding in there from before? Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing. You think I, Spark Brushel, would miss something as obvious as that? No way! He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misham died? Exactly. There has to be something there. Okay. Prices of the slow-acting deadly... Slow-acting? You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison use, atrokinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atropine is as virulent as he says, but that doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atropine is a slow acting. Slow acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Whoa! The frame of that man! He looks like a stick. Damn. They really did him dirty with that. Order. What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why? That contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. SLOWACT. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already been digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on a scoop. Sigh. It's Brushel, yeah? Air Brushel. Air. Am I even pronouncing that correctly? Hair Brushel. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit, it does cause a problem if he died then you'd say he died. I would be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't devise a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Oh? Scoop. Whoa, ew. Oh, that's nasty. What the fuck? Why is he doing that? Why does he got a toothbrush? He's touching it to his tongue, wiping his eyes. What the fuck? That's so weird. What a weird thing that they did there. Look, wait. Just wait a second. Just 1 second. We're waiting. Out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I first visited the studio. I'd heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Order. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix White, who else? Actun, Head Brushel, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. What Brushel noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? What? A suicide note? A suicide note? You think he poisoned himself? 15 minutes before the interview? That's a weird conclusion, honestly. Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. Herr means Mr. Or Lord. Master. Sir. But Brushel noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to the studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel? I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy. End quote. Ramsden? What is Ramsden? I'm so curious today. My curiosity is off the charts. What is Ramsden? Ramsden phenomenon. What? There's a Brushel bot on Twitter that I'm seeing in the Google search results from 3 years ago, and it's literally just this quote. That's so funny. It's called a Ramsden emulsion, sometimes called Pickering emulsion, is an emulsion that is stabilized by solid particles which absorb onto the surface between the water and oil phases. Typically, the emulsions are either water and oil or oil and water emulsions, but other more complex systems such as water and water, oil and oil, water and oil and water, and oil and water and oil also do exist. Colloidal silica. Okay, anyway. If you intend to suggest this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. So he put the letter away when he saw you? Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice? I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Add to testimony. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. And you saw him seal the yellow envelope with the letter? Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw. Apollo, you think this might be... Our big break, yeah. What I need is to show some decisive evidence now. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time? Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interviewer finds looking more effective than caring. End quote. So what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Misham's behavior? Well, yeah. That's why I'm telling you all this to begin with. Very well, continue with your testimony. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Well, yeah. Don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know? So you didn't actually end the letter. Check the letter. Of course not. It was sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened. End quote. You can always check the label. Do you think Mr. Misham was writing a suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. It kind of makes me wonder about that letter. Okay. We do know what the letter, what color it was, and it was red. Objection! As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? Damn. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes. Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But hair forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already. 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel, I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's impossible. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with, the assistance of a forensic scientist. But, note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! Order! 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 Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court? Oh my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter. What else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope. And he put it in that box. Well, apparently, this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls. End quote. Ahem! As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said. Yes, Your Honor? It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Here, I mean. Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. This long silence. I hate to say what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, or rather unique face. Come on. Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination. End quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey. I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. The scent of a story. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview. End quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably has something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you threatened to go to press with the story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. No. It wasn't exactly I'm not, Something wrong, Mr. Bushel? Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote. I see. Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if someone Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? The scent of a story. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. The victim, Drew Mitchum, had an aversion to reporters. Boy, I guess. Not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us? Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. Exactly what sort of story was this? Oh, what little one. Like I said, nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between, end quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or anything. Honest. So a suggestion was enough to get an interview? Mr. Mitchum must have really wanted to keep it under wraps. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. A certain case 7 years ago? Tell us, what case? Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. Well, why not? It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalists reveal sources only over his dead body, end quote. So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney. He sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. The red envelope probably has something to do with it. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related? Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You're gonna pick a lot of them apart? Be my guest. All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones. I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Mitchum? Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Just how amazing was Mr. Mitchum's talent? Huh? Hoo-wee boy. I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints light up studio like sun, end quote. This guy is full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual. He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here. He looks so sad. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what. That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder what this story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Mitchum out of hiding. I wonder, maybe it had something to do with Mr. Mitchum's art? Okay. Math is super wide. Okay, that happened twice, so is there any difference? Is he swallowing? No, it's not that. He's probably telling the truth here. Oh shit. What happened? Oh. Both of my screens just like turned off. For a second, I thought my computer had turned off. I would have been pissed off at myself. Okay. Let me try not to move this time. I don't no. The red envelope probably has something to do with it, he says here. He's so wacky, look at him. What a strange character they've created. Is that a sweat drop? No, that's just like his, it's just lighting. It's bright on his head. Gonna have to look this up so that I don't get stuck. Investigation, trial. The scent of a story. Oh, whoops, I didn't need to do that. Now I know what it is. And I don't think I would have noticed. Oh. Gotcha! That's so nasty. Wet much, Mr. Brushel? Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know? It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. Ack! You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looks exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business operation of making forgeries. Aoog! I have no clue how to pronounce those sounds that they make. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private? Please. This is my story, my scoop. Forgery, that's a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art, meaning forgery? Drew Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for... Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit, end quote. Order, order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha! This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. Objection! This is my first time hearing of this criminal underworld. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. Objection! But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. Objection! But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was, and remains, simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey. The only thing I poisoned is my pen, when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it. End quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there are no other suspects, then the killer has to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. The interview, a recap. The only other person in that studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died, nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Aw, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. The interview, a recap. The only other person in that studio that night was the defendant. But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it. How many times have we heard that one, hair forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come from? Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in? I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. And you witnessed her pouring the coffee? Of course I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, the coffee was already poured in a semen. Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. What? That last part was just a little joke. A little joke. I'm feeling a little goofy right now. In the middle of this murder trial. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. You're sure about that? Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, the possibility is there, I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it, not yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Mitchum ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. I'd like to hear the rest of the testimony. It can't be proven. I do believe our little forehead is growing up. Pity, they like the rash, youthful forehead best. Sigh, another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On with the cross-examination. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Not one thing? You're sure? Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Spark Burst does interview, leaves studio, end quote. Come on. It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Mom. I can't think of a single thing. If anything did leave, wouldn't Mr. Brushel have noticed? That I would. Nothing left. Save myself, of course. Say that again and you'll be held in contempt of court. Let's get back to the cross-examination then. Clearly the only one who could have poisoned it was his daughter. You say clearly as though it were obvious. But the claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture. Yes, well, you see. In my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know. Yes, well, actually. I guess this is more a case of ridiculous journalist sounds wrong, end quote. The court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture. Understood loud and clear. If only I could believe that. What do you think, Apollo? Everything he's saying seems so... not flawed. Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Misham killed? If they report the coffee, that's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did, and prove it. He did say that something was in the letterbox. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Brushwell just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that. And yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. I can't seem to choose whether it's envelope or envelope. I keep saying both. It's peculiar. But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changed nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well then, this witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything, held forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. I can prove it. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. Look at him being all cool. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, aired forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp! Ah. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. Objection! No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Objection! Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead, after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait! How does that explain the atropine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if you put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order, order, order. But that doesn't... Does it? Recall, if you would. Atropine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope, but his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his limbs to that cup of joe. You have something to add, Mr. Brushel? Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After you put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. End quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he just run out? Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poisoned possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poisoned stamp? Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atropine residue. But why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller, maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Brushel? And please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too, end quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Damn. Oh, Rich. That's Rich. Lead the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew he read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. There's your proof. I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. Uh-huh. Wait. Enclosed stamp! Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. I've deposited the $100,000. There were 2 pages in this envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope within the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah. In other words, if I have this straight. The stamp, poison. On the stamp, lick, lick, gas. End quote. That's a terrible title for an article. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letters. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath, and the murder weapon would have been taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Ad starts in 1 minute. Such a splendid imagination you have, Herr Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope, a stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well... It was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein, Clavier. What? It's 2 people. Emma. Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fräulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Here to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective. Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right! The poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Where is it? Okay, let me try the letters. 1, 2. We can't move on until... Where is it? Oh! Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atropine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Objection! Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Mission figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark, Razortooth Bristle, claim this scoop as mine. Drew Mission killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter. End quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay. End quote. Order, order, order. I see no room for further arguments here. Though I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife. End quote. Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo! I think we just won. Very well. This court finds its defendant. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Herr Forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago. Whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Mitchum have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Mitchum sensed the trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this. But this begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Why did he lick the stamp if he thought it was poison? This is true. So, I have no clue why he did what he did, honestly. It is a little wacky, a little silly that he thought that this stamp was poisoned. He put it in a little frame. Why did he do that? Where did he get the little frame from? That's the size of a postage stamp. And then why 7 years later did he open the envelope, lick the stamp, and then put it on a different letter? It's a little goofy. Maybe he was feeling a little quirky that day. He was like, I'm gonna do something a little silly, a little goofy. I'm in agreement with Clavier. It's like, what the fuck? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Mitchum simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? What? Well, I admit, this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo! I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atrokinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atrokinine residue. But, Air Forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Mitchum never would have used it. That is all. Irk. I simply say irk. I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again. Apollo! Were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Mitchum received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atrokinine on the document inside that envelope. I am never going to pick a pronunciation for atrokinine. I'm gonna say atrokinine. I'm gonna say atrokinine. Antrokinine. Like, I'm never picking a pronunciation. I can't seem to stick to one. It's the same with the word envelope. I keep pronouncing it either envelope or envelope. I don't know what's going on. There were traces of the poison atropine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with a poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Dromisham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atrokinine, the envelope, the frame, and Dromisham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... the frame? Dromisham. Okay. Let me think. If it's the red envelope, but then where did the poison come from? And this is poisoned. Dromisham can't be fake. Is it the frame? Taking Dromisham, just to be goofy. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. Ah! I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed the trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake? One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Okay, seems like the answer that I chose wasn't goofy. It was just correct. Maybe Vera is the real forger. And she's been forging for 7 years at least. Maybe she's just savant at forgery. Order, order, order. So you are telling us that Dromisham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story, Mr. Justice. Show us just who the real Dromisham was. If Dromisham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Dromisham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... Vera. There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Dromisham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order, order, order. Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you. I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Dromisham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Dromisham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility, by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well? Yeah. Fascinating. Vera Misham, you've been paying attention to the trial so far? Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger Drew Misham? Oh, she's so cute. Was that an expression of emotion I saw in her face? Man, is she a human being? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me, though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger Drew Misham was you? Yes, it was me. What? What? The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Oh, that was pretty short. To be continued. "1:24 p.m. Defendant lobby number 6. Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So you really made these forgeries? Yes, for father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright and Koch law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. That's a quote of the year. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Thank you, Apollo, for that sentence. One of those sentences that's never been uttered before in anyone's life. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this true mission forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question? Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of her operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. But about, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. The red envelope. I'd created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work, that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This true mission. I created things and Father sold them. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, they had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may have very well killed your father. Alright. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance? For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the 100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Mission. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Father handled the deal. All of it. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fräulein here has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean, you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atropine.
Objection!
A moment, Herr Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps, you would tell me, Fräulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? Aww. I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. The single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Mission wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist's true mission. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? You could draw it. It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she just said? Magic troupe? Now where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon and a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. I created things and Father sold them. When do I show?
Objection!
This one, the ticket. Those magicians you like. Was it this bunch? Apollo! They're not a bunch! I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troupe Grand Marquis. But the whole plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Grand Marquis. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what? No. Answer the question. Now! Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. No! I don't know! What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hack on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Objection! Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know? A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham you to forge that evidence? For all our sakes, who was it? Wow. We're finally starting to come upon this trial 7 years ago. I was hoping it would happen, at least in this case. Exciting. We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary. Who was it? Vera! The devil. The devil? Who got a banger nickname like that? Defendant Vera Misham, condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute atrokinine poisoning. Oh shit! Someone poisoned her? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. Aww! She's so cute! How do I show, take off the... Okay. She's so cute, look at her! Aww! To find the whole truth. To be continued. Again! We've already had 2 stopping points. Trial 7 years ago. This is neat. I like this. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've been playing for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Seven years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. April 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Woo, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Oh, look at her, look at her! Ah! She's so cute.
Ooh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I am fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you? Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifique Amai. What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you, or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Mysterious paper received just before the trial. Oh, so that's the thing that was forged. Is this page from someone's diary? Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. An easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of the attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Ruthie?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. So, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shadi Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Gramahi, a widely popular magician, star of troupe Gramahi. His mentor, Magnifique Gramahi, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramahi is the suspect. April 19th, 10 a.m. Courtroom number 7. Oh no, did I drink the water wrong? I think I'm okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Shadi Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some kind of new crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms, the bouncing hearts? A Gaviner concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin. Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's... Oh, give me a second. Let me... Okay, I should be okay now. I figured my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Is that even how you pronounce his name? Hold up. I still have Google Translate up. Piano Gavin. Clavier Gavin. I mean, it's the same in English as it is in German, so. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to be compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Attorney, right? Right? Perhaps you two would be so kind as to fill us in on the case? Act 2, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Oh, look at him, he's so sad. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct, see? Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? Here, detectives, this is my stage. Candy actors. Antics. Huh? All this hey you and such. And I could care less about your history together. Irk. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days ago in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim Magnifique Ramai was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say True Kamai has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique has been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A ignorant tutor or something? Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Magnifique's charts, diagnosed with a malignant tumor, given 3 months. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stair to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. What type of diabetes, though? Because type 2, you can have a type of... for type 2, sometimes people have to take insulin. But I'm gonna guess that it's probably type 1 diabetes, just because they're being so insistent on the insulin. It just seems more like more obvious. So I would like for them to clarify a little bit, because there's multiple types of diabetes out there. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Use for administering insulin shots has been washed and shows no signs of use. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. I felt like giving him a certain way of speaking would make it more distinct. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. Magnifi's letter added to the court record. Let me read that. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifi Kamai. But this one doesn't have the marking. How bizarre. One of them is forged. I'm gonna guess it's this one, the one that Zach has, is forged. And this is the genuine article. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to the question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour, starting at 11, the victim Magnifique Amayi was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happens every night, but that's fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Rice, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. The circumstances. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead, after all, just as he had been commanded. It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. A few days before it happened. After is certainly not the word. It's the complete opposite, actually. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Ah, I see. Ha 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 ha. Score 1 for the boys. I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I still annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. I almost turned him French. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead? I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Okay. There's a shot. There are 2 shots, actually. Look at the clown. Little clown doll. Actually, that's a pretty big clown doll. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he can refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped in one in the forehead. Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. Objection! What? And you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? The clown doll? Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot 1 shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary, but our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Weiss got that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Okay, let me look at the letter again. "11:05. Ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Then a letter ordering his own murder. He shot the old man in the forehead. Bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. That's new. And the pistol definitely belongs to the old man, sir. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. Okay, let me press these. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullets fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words? You bet we did. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valon's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valon stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, yeah? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. They just want to shoot in the Phoenix Wright world, I guess. Troop Grandma Yeast stopped doing that act a long while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own. Aha! Intriguing point, well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Fires one real bullet. Barrel marks match bullet found in victim. No fingerprints found. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. Let me look at that court record. Cause of death, loss of blood from bullet wound. Malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Shudder. Wait, if Magnifi used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Is there no part to examine? Oh! If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So, this is the famous Grandma E golden gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets, too. Okay, so we present that. Your Honor, that's the— oh. Oh, I got it wrong. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. Objection! The trickiest case is often seen the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you had missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went in— Objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder victim? How? The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yarg! That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh? Where did he get the extra bullets? They're not easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had the feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started, and I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. Another lack of humility. And what's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Hair Detective was just the warm-up act. Ugh. Okay. I'll be right back, real quick. Sorry, I had double the music playing when I left. My bad about that. Must have been a mess. Okay. Now it's time to continue. I went and got some water too. It's now 6:06. We have about an hour left in the stream, but if we don't finish, I might continue until the trial, until I finish the investigation. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Ramayi who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. So many stopping points. The trial resumes. Continue, yes. (11:21 a.m.) Defendant lobby number 2. Very impressive, Mr. White. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you would discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know? I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. White. You look scared of Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if I met my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say, for now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear along to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes, the one I had used on stage. And the one that had been used by my partner, Valant. Oh, for the Zack and Valant quick draw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Because there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I feel I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifique coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troupe Kamayi? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe that you examined the bullet in the clown's head. You will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? Ah! Ha ha ha! You are a fascinating man, Mr. Hyde. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifique Ramayi? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would awaken him anyway.
And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Mr. Hai, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
That Grandma-yi, he seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom.
Once again, I am in your hands.
Right. Let's get back in there. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of the Troupe Garmailly's famous duo, Zach and Valon. Valon Garmailly. But we get to meet the great Magnifique's other disciple.
It's Valon!
Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation?
Valon Garmailly, magician.
And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow students, your partner's guilt?
Fate, and the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks.
Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes.
Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait, that's the same letter Zach Gramailly received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say, tada!
Order. And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. 11:20 p.m. this one says. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your Troupe Garmailly up to?
By which you mean?
I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, served much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand.
By which you mean you're not going to tell us, which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramailly, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
As every magician knows, timing is everything.
Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. The night of the crime.
That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifique requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the air, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow students might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the devil is still a deal. That sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
So you were the one who reported the crime?
Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Marie, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Marie, then the killer was you, Volant. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. The night of the crime. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifique requested. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.? Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went at the designated time, and what did you see? This metal gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. I did not imagine my fellow students might have received the same instructions. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifique wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't also strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? Yet a deal with the devil is still a devil. That sweet kiss I gave to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner, Zach, has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Volant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene, namely the number of pistols, the location of the pistol, the bullet in the pistol, the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Volant quick draw shoot-'em, correct? One for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the hospital? In the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there, upon his bedside table, 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shoot the clown. So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene? Good show. I see you too are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else? Location of the pistol? Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room? Atop a small bedside table it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hands, pull my trigger, shoot him. The victim clearly wanted to be shot. But why? Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang? Yet we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess. Is location of the pistol all that important? Not important. Actually, let me ask about something else. Very well, the witness may continue with the testimony. What can I do but obey? The bullet in the pistol? In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet? I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. A magician is always prepared, you see. Prepared for? One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket, and a white rabbit up each sleeve. Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here. Is this bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important? Not important. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you informed the police. What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? Use my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know, that's what I'm asking. Now please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Valant's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of Magnifi's students received the same letter. Both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnifi. Trying to find the cracks in his testimony. My mentor had taken his final bow. Did not imagine my fellow student might receive the same instructions. Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. Is it this one? Fires 1 real bullet. Barrel marks match. Bullet found in victim. No fingerprints found. Objection! According to the defendant, Zach Gramahi, when he entered the room, there were 2 bullets on that table. 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike that hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Verlan has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Verlan. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Verlan, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verify the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Belong Grammar-y? Yes, Your Honor. You're presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valon entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, heard right? The real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. Who shot what?
That's really the title of it.
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m.
Hello, Bulb. Thanks for coming by again. How you doing?
After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi? It's easy to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, play the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, here is an incontrovertible truth. Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations. Let's blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, Wright. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the quite Valon. For there was no one in that room but Magnifique, and he was debatted after a fashion. I have here defendant Zagramari's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. The time indicated by this letter to Zag was 11:05 p.m. Exactly, which means the victim could not have entered that room before 11:15, because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. I see someone did their arithmetic homework. You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? I don't see any problem with that testimony. If you say so, let's continue, shall we? Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. You walk in on a murder and the first thing you do is shoot the clown? The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request without reason had caused for me a surfeit of sorrow. But what would I, Valon, be now without him? May the soul of Magnifique the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Herr Attorney. May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties? Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be.
The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head." It doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I probably would have screamed the same thing. And I would have been the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments here, attorney. It was quite clear about the time of death. 11:10 p.m. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic prevails in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taken. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifique Ramai's schedule. Every night at 11 o'clock, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Ah! The needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah! You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. And so it was, when I belonged into that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Did that seem important? Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shots, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valon won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. Groan. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes, indeed, is that IV too. I think, was huge especially for me, Valon. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valon sure seems happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Not a problem. I don't see any problem with that testimony. If you say so, let's continue, shall we? And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. You entered that hospital room at 11:20 p.m. The time given by the defendant, Zach Ramari, was 11:05 p.m. You didn't run into him at the hospital that night? This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see. Huh? Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside only the pale light of the moon. If to dress as we were to meet in such circumstances, I dare say that would ruin the mood completely. The mood isn't in question here. I believe the witness is saying they didn't meet, yeah? For what is magic if not the study of beauty? Us meeting was not only out of the question, it was an impossibility. For what is magic if not the study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? That said, was there a contradiction in there? I don't see any problem with that testimony. If you say so, let's continue, shall we? Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. An alibi over a matter of minutes. Precise is right. Impressing with impunity will earn me a nice penalty, too. Better focus on one thing this time of death. Okay. He arrived at 11:20 p.m. and discovered the body. Quite clear at the time of death. 11:10 p.m. Okay. $11:05. Would this be it? I don't know. 10 minutes have passed since the IV began. The IV began at 11:10. Then he was there. Okay. One of these is it. So this is saying that 5 minutes had elapsed. But 10 minutes had passed.
Objection!
Okay, it wasn't that. So was it the IV thing?
Objection!
Damn it. What is the answer to this? Press the fourth statement. Have your reports added. Press this statement. There's a contradiction. Oh, okay.
Hold it!
Lucky color. There's a contradiction. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Vallant, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Vallant has told us?
Take that!
The crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
The photo of the crime scene?
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Air White, just where is the contradiction in this photo?
My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple, but I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's see what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? Belong Grandma Yi, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes?
Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yes.
Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
It's green. What's this?
Confusion, Doubt. Tell us. Confusion, Doubt. Tell us. What do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Ms. Vallant. Look at that IV bag.
Ack! What is this? What foul eek!
Magic. It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
Alakanu!
Oh my god, they're bunnies. Alakazam, no! Order! What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. But Long Grandma, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing.
Objection!
Into sync. You almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? For as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance. The IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself?
The IV bag? You mean a plastic bag on a hook? It looks like I want to say light blue?
Precisely. Figured it out yet?
Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green.
This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. But it still shows it's green, so I don't understand. He might say that it's... How would he know it's yellow? What is he just like saying, oh, it has to be yellow because it's blue? This is silly. As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. But you may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave?
The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow?
Oh my gosh!
Order. Mr. Wright, you'll explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the liquid. So I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valang Grandmarie, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... He knew the IV liquid's color? From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow.
Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sand through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight here, right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. How would he do that? Now wait, I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have had some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look in the witness's face. He added liquid to the IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Oh, whoops. Valang Gramayi, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... the victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valang Gramayi, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock, one that you can manipulate at will. Alakazar! I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven, and that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is the victim Magnifique Mamagi's diary. Diary? After going into a hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 o'clock p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down his pen.
This does appear to have been written just before his death.
The court accepts this into evidence. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zachary.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Armailly intended to fight again. That is, if Zachary didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zachary.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Gramarye wrote this?
There is no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did,
then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zachary. Well, how do you like me now, air right? Still too green for your taste,
He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Show evidence. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary.
Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is...
First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it. Look at this page. It's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Gramarye. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that.
What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Because he says Sam Hill.
Goofy.
Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page of Magnifique's diary.
Quite remarkable. Would you
Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Ramari left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Balan Ramari. No. No! The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order, order, order. But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
Finally, you just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. But it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Oh, yes. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record? My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You... what? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Ramari. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the vault at large. Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But... there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine.
Ad break in 1 minute.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court, my court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy! Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of a defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar! The defendant escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double! He must not be allowed to escape! That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Enigmar, aka Zach Ramaryi, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the Ramaryi miracle! No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Ramaryi vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. To be continued. I'll continue. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifique Ramaryi's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Ramaryi go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Mason system. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well, and when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half-finished, when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use L and R to jump between the past and the present. But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Okay, let's go in order. Might as well. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano in a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifique Ramailly, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valan or his partner, Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. That guard keeps stealing glances in this direction, and scratching his head. Maybe our resident magician showed him a trick or two. Smile, you're on candid camera. I just had to say it. Old habits die hard. Maybe I should do a few tricks for the viewers at home. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. Glory spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Ramailly killed Magnifique. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. And the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valan. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifique's repertoire is mine. Valan Ramailly has a transition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. Blackmail. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valan. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifique's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Ramailly followed them. Let us not speak anymore of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifique had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The twig up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, basing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all. and the Magatama ends it. Present Magatama. The trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Fail to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painful as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. The ripped out page. Now you see that everything has been a setup. Also, I would present forged evidence to the court. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Kind of fatal accident. That could be the source of all the Grandma E's problems. I was trying to hit history. Flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? It's a little early for me making mistakes. Think deadly, and what's more deadly than a fatal accident? Fatal accident. Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. White, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Verlon. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zach and Verlon's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my costume forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and this shows who it really was. I don't know. 7 years ago, right in co-law offices. Ooh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I am fine as always. This old boy here is help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I, did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. Hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so? Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney.
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say Daddy.
That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, in this office? It's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know? Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? An old movie poster hangs on the wall. I finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies. Really? I should show it to her when she's a little older. Wait, what was it called again? Quite the collection of law books. My mentor brought them all. I used to be too busy to read them. Now that I have the time to read them, there's no need. But I can't just sell them. Maybe Trucy will want to read them someday? Nah. My desk. Not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. It's great for studying math, English, geography, magic. I'm not crying. I just got some dust in my eye. My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now. I can't feed Trucy like this. He probably needs more than the occasional watering too, I'm guessing. You can still see that hotel from the window here. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases. I wonder if the view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge.
I really take the far-out view, Daddy.
Thanks. She must have learned a lot of words from her parents. She knows so many big words. The office.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law, or even much about law if we have to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You've got me, don't ya? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yup. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Ramaryi.
Directly descended? He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Daddy. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Or Zach Ramaryi?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Grandma Yi, and they're big.
The Grandma Yees. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zack and Valant Grandma Yi together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top?
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
Ah, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what happened to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. A professional. So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs?
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick? Please show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yarg! Whoa, that was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ha, get it? Heady? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. The amazing Mr. Hat added to the court record. Trucy's favorite tricks, startlingly realistic. Okay, Mommy. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. He was always there with Zack and Valant, smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. He vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
This is your mother? Beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grandma Yi.
Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy? You won't.
Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate is a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way...
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay. I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Okay, defendant lobby number 2 then.
Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There was one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar! The defendant escaped. Find him quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Down on the fans! Floor on your head! Now! What's the big idea? My ears! No authorized personnel aren't allowed in here! But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink! I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case? 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who left the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. You know, I think this was the lobby I used for my very first case. This plant has seen me grow from a rookie to an ace, to a has-been. I hate you, plant. Just kidding. I guess this door was officially a prop at Zach Gramarye's last show. He passed through that lobby door and vanished. But to where? He choreographed that entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. I actually took a nap on that couch once when I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake. I never even sit on the lobby sofas now. I never let my clients sit on them either. It's bad luck. I must have seen that painting 1,000 times, but I never really looked at it until now. I guess my head was too stuck in the trials. I never had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Okay, let's appreciate. Actually, it's pretty lame. Meekins. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. But last year, tragedy struck, a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform? I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope. Then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarye's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. The magician's disappearance. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2:00 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay. And which way did Zach Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember like it was right here, because it was. Let me number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone.
That's impossible.
Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here.
Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby?
I searched.
Why the pause?
There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir.
How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? The vanishing trick. So Zach was in his room when he vanished.
Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes! That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room.
Silk hat, cape? That's Zach, alright. Or it's not him, and it was actually Trucy.
But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir.
What about now? Have any ideas?
Sir, ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? What could you be hiding? Psyche locks. I should have known. What is it? Okay, this opens it probably. So this is Trucy's mother, Thalassa. She's pretty. I can picture her on stage with Zach. So she looks like a down-to-earth type too. I guess Trucy takes after her. Okay, let's see if we can do it. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey! What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden?
You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zach Grandma vanished from this room. How did he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say Sir!
Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you say all the time, sir, I was here, and... Listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Sir, did I just say something, sir?
No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in the room that day.
Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir, that day, he was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Grandma. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar?
What's that?
That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
No, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night on stage, I saw a vision. Except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists.
The vanishing trick.
I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zachary exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zachary, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zachary, do you know him? Oh, I love Zachary. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zachary came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug.
So, Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him.
Mr. Hat.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream.
A dream that lasted a week?
But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat.
The trick vanishes. Really cool. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of the lobby number 2. Oh, he has a big head and she has a smaller hat. How cute. Along with Mr. Hat.
Oh, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape. Zachari's red cape flaring like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and choosing queries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left at the side of the road to die, or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait.
Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you suffered on account of this case.
It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me.
Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
Okay.
I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe.
Mr. Meekins? This is the free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want...
It's an honor, sir! Sir, I can count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir, but no one's ever given me anything for free! Right! I'll see you in court next time then, sir!
I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Gramarye that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remains out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Let's go to Drew's studio. "7 years ago, Drew's studio. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. Drew Mishram, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right.
That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me.
I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations.
Then it's right, was it? I'll answer what I can.
I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely.
This is my daughter. Vera, say hello.
She's gone.
Shall we begin then?
Going home by any chance? No, I was just checking out the door.
Oh,
Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. What's this painting here?
that's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table.
Not a feeling I know anything about, at least not yet. Paints are scattered all around, probably the ones he's currently using. There's something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office. I guess that would make my office a masterpiece. There are some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really.
I'll sell you one for 50 cents.
That's okay. They look kind of heavy.
Oh,
Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. What's this red envelope?
don't touch that. It's quite important.
The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I'd better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. That's a pretty bottle.
Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble.
It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp?
Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble.
That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Vallon, the Grand Marquis, isn't it?
The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grand Marquis were at the height of their popularity.
Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth.
Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end.
I see.
That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it.
This is you and Vera?
Yes, we took that one quite recently. I know, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately.
Ah, right. Didn't you practice? Oh wait, was there more? That's an awfully small frame. There's a commemorative stamp of the Grand Marquis inside. You use these gizmos for painting? They're pretty elaborate.
Those aren't for painting. They're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle.
Those are the forgery trade, I guess. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves, with some noticeable gaps.
It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money.
I can see how you'd want to do that, sure.
Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the 3 primary colors? Well, it's a lie.
Poor guy. He tried mixing them together and he got brown slop.
Mr. Misham. Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. The forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this. But that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. I'm trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. It's not letting me present them. Oh, because I have to use... Whoops. I have to use the present option. My bad. Oh, I didn't mean to do that again! Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Magnafie's diary. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was my first job of the nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Ah, a psyche lock, of course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. On! Let's see what question Phoenix Wright asks. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no psyche locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stance. No backing down now. So what's Mr. Misham hiding? The client. Like I said, I never met the client. How could I hide someone I do not know? He did say that, didn't he? With no psyche locks either. So, he's not lying about that, I guess. Ask as many times as you want, my answer's the same. I personally never spoke to the client. You personally? That is, ahem. Well, I've made my stand, no backing now. The forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psyche locks. Psycho locks? Is that some sort of asylum security, or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally. Not personally. Those words triggered the psyche lock. Again with the psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psyche locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is... The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have done it but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is... Vera. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The psyche locks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. Ahem. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself. Magnifie's diary. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera. Not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, that client told me. Then that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Your daughter. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Talk to Vera. Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess, you'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception. Which was? Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had You left the studio? You left this strange man with your 12-year-old daughter? That is bizarre. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. All right. Uh-oh, this could be tough. Vera. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. The forgeries. Vera, was it? Okay. Maybe I show her... this? Okay, never mind. Okay, I'll just show everything. Not that, though. How do you think about this gun? And then, there's this. My stamp! Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't True Grandma Yi amazing? Yes? Oh! I especially like those two, Zach and Valan. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know?
Me too! I love them, they're so cool. It's like magic, yeah!
Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grand Marquis Museum of Magic.
The Grand Marquis Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows?
Just once when I was little, with Father. The Grand Marquis is on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting it back together. They do it all.
Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this? You know, about Zack and Volant, maybe?
Oh, sure.
Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
Well, true, but there are lots of good people, too. Actually, I should tell you. He was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been... Well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grand Marquis Museum. With you, in fact. Yes, actually. She was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm?
For when I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
From that client, huh? This I've had to hear about. The forgeries. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things?
I really like painting. A lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So you did this too?
Oh yes, that was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips in the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Grand Marquis coffin. I guess no one told her. Proof Grand Marquis stamp.
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean the true Grand Marquis? Of course.
Father gave it to me.
Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it. Yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person? You mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Grand Marquis forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. The client. So you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received?
Can't talk about it.
Eh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really have to know. Right, time to do some psyche unlocking. The client. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
The problem that keeps her inside all the time?
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? One thing I have is this stamp. If this doesn't bring good luck, I don't know what would.
I see. Good luck charms are different for different people, I guess.
What do you mean?
If you say it's lucky, then it must work for you. That's the beautiful thing about good luck charms.
See that innocent smile? Everyone has a different way of breaking the news. That's the beautiful thing about being totally wrong. I don't have anything. Uh-huh. Gave you a gun! I don't know. Yeah, I'll go to the detention center again. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess it was a matter of life or death. Here to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed. Single bullet, one shot. An accident. Doc and Volant quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my frosty and forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. A life was sacrificed so the show might go on, and this shows who it was. But that's Zakramai's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name. Oh, Alakazar! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial, huh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows how much danger she was in. Zakramai's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Urk! Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. A part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troupe was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnifi was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have it a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Valant's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? I'm so close, there has to be something about how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valant's relationship with Magnifi. I see in your eyes, you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely with a person. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. Oh, she's right there. Whoops! Were you by any chance trying to threaten me? No, of course. Of course not. You'll never make a good blackmail artist. Never. Not a career choice I'd be considering, actually. Give up your dreams. Work an honest job. That's my advice. The troop was a tight-knit unit. The troop was a tight-knit unit. It's all about the people involved.
Their personalities, their histories. Who was the Lhasa, really? I see in your eyes you still have something to say. I have her, yeah. Okay.
Take that!
I don't have it. Guide says I have to go to the present first. Present day, Borscht Bowl Club. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. Sigh, 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem, do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I have heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is? A friend of yours? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly never-heard newsman. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shadi Smith. Oh, and I'm Brushel. Spark Brushel. News reporter. Oh, No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Ah! Today is this courtroom. You cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. The defendant escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. You can't be, but you're Zach Gramarye? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You. Zach Gramarye? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there.
Duh?
We will play soon. Ready the room.
Duh. I will be preparing the hideout for you.
Are you really him? The Zach Gramarye? Now I am Shizzy Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is he well? Lucy, I mean. He's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above else. And so I have decided that I would win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. But perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I you. Man, this investigation is gonna take a little while. I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. I never knew you played. I'd do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you can help me with. Do you think you can make that piano disappear? It'd help out in a lot of ways, really. You say the funniest things with the straightest face. People always tell me that, except I wasn't joking. This is grape juice? Is it refreshing? I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright. Is there something inside that bottle? Huh? It's my business card. You aren't surprised at all. You aren't surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic? I surely felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. One of the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano, which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. On days when I'm playing, that is. What do you think about the ukulele? The sound is slight, the annoyance curtailed. A ukulele in a Russian restaurant? Then you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. Wahahaha! I give up. The meaning of competition. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, some fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Lucy's power? Lucy, she's in a class of her own. For 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never once lost. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals.
Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic, but those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you are the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Gramaille. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramaille blood or something? Blood. I am sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders, and it is nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Gramaille secret then? Fine. About Trucy. She's 15 this year? She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that, I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day, because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal? That's Magnifique Gramaille's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient below. Recipient, Zach Gramaille, Magnifique Gramaille. And this recipient's name is you, Zach Gramaille. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. But wait, let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. Transferal of rights. The greatest of Magnifique Gramaille's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brussels. Sir! Ah, here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides. Ah, I might not look it, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Document transferring the right to perform the Gramaille repertoire to daughter Trucy. Ah, I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. 7 years. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day, not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Tracy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I am afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifique Gramaille. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifique died, 2 potential successors to a repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramaille, and Valon Gramaille. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brussels since before I vanished. He is a man of trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background. and found he had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay, I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother? How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? I know. Whoa, you still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifique Grandma's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifique's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Russell, you say too much. Urgh. What? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. The last of Grandma Yi, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final... why? As you said, I've come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifique. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation to think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lining up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Russell, you may leave. But it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough. I just remembered the future. Prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then let us begin. Dealer.
Da?
You will be witness to our competition.
Da, it is honors for me.
Why haven't I seen her around here before? That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Grandma Yi power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I'd need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A man Zack Ramayi knew. But how and why? Solitary Cell 13? Present day Central Prison Solitary Cell 13. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like you've got more than books up there. Ah, yes, my collection. I have a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Just a little? That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You'd probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. In here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You'd have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison-issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? That I do, though they read it first apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Nice roses. You taking care of this one here? Yes. She's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending. But she is my best friend, as they say. Best? Come on. Now I'm starting to feel bad for you. Oh? Of course. She's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites? I was speaking of the photo next to the rose. My retriever, Bungole. Cute but feisty. Every dog has its thorn. Gavin's murder. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Dottie Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Ramayi. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. This 7-year-old case. You recall that case 7 years ago? Yes. The trial where Zach Ramayi pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion, yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what to think. Reason for murder. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Ramayi mentioned your name, Gavin. That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me, because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shoddy Smith? No, Zach Ramayi. Whoa! I've never seen psyche locks like these before. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, Phoenix, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know? He's doing his nails. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Nail polish slips into pockets. Okay, now I can talk to Vera again. Because I gave you the stamp. Good luck charm. I think this is nail polish. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah! The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once. Cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Oh my god, look at Magnifi! No, no, no! Look at that! Those sideburns turn into a beard? And they go right up his nose. You got remarkable facial hair. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised. I promised not to tell.
The client.
I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then?
I think they might be the devil.
Huh?
Or maybe an angel.
What do you mean?
Saw it. Or I think I saw it. When they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle with a gentle smile.
So where do you see this devil, then?
It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zachary Mai.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come, I promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Wait. Okay. I do have everything. Now I just need to skip through everything. Weakness, danger. Sage pistol. and then lock it.
Take that!
And then the commemorative stamp.
Take that!
There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnifi was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Valant's got a good point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? I'm so close. There has to be something about how Thalas's death could affect Zack and Valant's relationship with Magnifi. I see in your eyes. You still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalas's actions tied your hands so completely with a person. Daughter of Magnifi Kramai. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was that Kramai's wife, Trucy's mother. And Magnifi Kramai's only daughter. Urk. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! You don't point guns at people if you're not meaning to kill them, dipshit. Blackmail. There's no proof. None at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Kramai? The master, Magnifique Kramai, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valance tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight toward that beautiful body on stage, and then crash, zing, and pow into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist, and tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives. I guess they wouldn't have inspected the bullet wounds to see, like, if it was, like, kind of angled in a certain way. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his life. Lucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. The darkness. Why did Magnifique Kramai try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is, it was a critical time for True Kramai. A passing of the torch from Magnifique to Zack and Valant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifique's wishes. Magnifique forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. But then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Garai, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? He was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I have not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifique Soleil, I shall think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking around the dressing room during his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name I do not recall, but his scent the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Grandma E, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Drusty from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss thin thread connecting Zack Grandma E to this world. Sooner or later, I have to track him down. Oh! I unlocked some stuff. I don't know why it says that the Borscht Bowl Club is, still available. Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned and his daughters... Oh yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down case just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of the case the whole time? Zack Armai was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character, what a man. If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, you serious? I mean, I am usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not other way around. End quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. Whoops. This is where Mr. Mission fell? Never thought our 7-year reunion would be quite like this. Wait, you know Mr. Misham? I met him once, in court. It was a brief meeting, but one I'll remember for the rest of my life. Now that's the story right there, that is. I smell a scoop. Ex-attorney now down on his luck, pianist, plays Sonata of Sorrow, end quote. I'm all ears, let's have it. Don't hold anything back. Could you at least get rid of the down on his luck part? The door outside. Vera might come walking in at any moment if she wasn't in intensive care. Will she ever come through that door again, I wonder? Those 3 paintings. All Drew's works, of course. Which is to say, Vera's works, really. Or to be more precise, Vera's forgeries of someone else's works. Of course, if you demand utter and total precision. Actually, there's nothing more. I was about to say... A drafting table, probably for making detailed designs for forgeries. You know what I think about that? I'll tell you. Painting should be done freehand, no rules, no restrictions. You really think a line drawn by a ruler is going to move anyone? I smell a letter to the editor. Could you write an article with a ruler? End quote. Unless you wanted a ruler to write the address on your blackmail letter straight. That's what I think. You can quote me on it too. You could drop this guy on a deserted island and we wouldn't get bored. That's an odd assortment of equipment to find in a painter's studio. Of course, it makes more sense when you know they were making forgeries. I guess that's why they never took visitors here. Wouldn't really want people seeing all this. Yes, in fact, I was the first human being ever to step foot inside his studio. Other than Mr. Mitchell, of course. Oh, and Vera too. And this is assuming that I'm a human, of course. I'm beginning to have my doubts. Look at all the jars of paints and pigments. Why are there so many jars of the same color? My guess is that they're sorted by age. Age? When you're making a forgery, it's important to match the age of the original, see? Paint compositions changed a lot over the years. Oh, right. Did you learn that in journalism school? Journalist relies on writing skill and imagination. End quote. As long as you don't do news stories by imagination. Either that or they just bought a lot of the same color by mistake. I find myself not caring anymore. Let's take a closer look at that desk. This envelope's from the client who requested that forgery. Just think, if that had gotten lost in the mail, I'd still be wearing my attorney's badge. This frame looks even smaller sitting next to that photo. Just the right size for a commemorative stamp, indeed. A commemorative stamp put there by a daughter that killed her father. Sometimes life just sucks. A picture of a young Mr. Misham and a very young Vera. They're smiling. They look happy. Of course, now Mr. Misham's passed away, and Vera's on death's doorstep in the hospital. Guess I'll just do what I can and hope it's enough. I just have to do that when I see this pose. I can't believe it's been 7 years. I have to stop torturing myself with these things. I know. I'll just pretend it's it's saying something else. The post office? Why, it's right over there. Good day, sir. Family of forgers. It was tragic what happened to Drew Mitchum and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime, and they pay the price. You know what it really did them in, though? Don't you? Yes, a forged diary page. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Mitchum I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. End quote. Being watched. You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingly sensation on back of neck, freaks out. End quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Paranoia. Drew Mission felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Jack Garmayi got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. Me? Zach Ramari. I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Ramari? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident? During the quick draw shoot-'em practice? My. You're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, woman, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Balan Gramayi did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Gramayi at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that, and Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Gramayi. Something strange was in the air over that troop Gramayi in those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciple scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was a part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. Valant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique miracle. Of course, it was all a dream. Because of this, the performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valant? So Valant waited until Zack died, legally at least. The time finally comes, and Valant's like a little kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valant Grammari. Lost out to his partner at work, and in love, too. Love? It's the same old story, really. Two disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What has three sides and all of them pointy. A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of it all, the Thalassa has Trucy, and then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Oh yeah! The Grammari secret. Present day, Sunshine Coliseum. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valant. 7 years, has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear from you. I don't think I've ever seen a hot air balloon so close. It's a favorite of mine. I've often thought of how to use it in one of my shows. So I asked for the climax of Valant's quick draw shoot and returns. I stand on stage, I shoot, and the hot air balloon is fierce. It explodes. What do you think? Thrilling, yes? A little, I guess. But no one inside the Coliseum would be able to see it. Bravo. It took me 4 days of planning to realize that. Sigh. The Sunshine Coliseum, was it? I'm not sure it actually qualifies as a Coliseum, but it's great form. Yes, it is a favorite of mine. I have always been fond of sunshine. Speaking of which, have you heard what happened here recently? Oh yeah, something about something going on during some concert? Exactamundo. I see no reason to hide the fact that I too was involved in that case. Well, that's something. Did you help solve it? Ha! What do you take me for? No, I merely served to deepen the mystery. That's obstruction of justice. I'm a magician. It's my sworn duty to create a mystery whenever possible. Sigh. That sure is a big sign. Yes, it's a favorite of mine. Impressive, isn't it? I considered using it for one of my... What? I considered using it for one wall of my house when the show's over. Wow, your house is that big? Actually, as fate would have it, I currently live in a one-room apartment. But following the wild success of my show, I intend to build a luxurious mansion. I was torn over just how big to make it, until that sign whispered the answer to me. That's really beautiful. Is it? A man in a costume is handing out balloons to the kids. It's nice to know kids still like balloons somehow. They are favorites of mine, balloon sellers that is. I would have them join me on the big stage. They could hand out balloons to the children in the audience. Wouldn't all those balloons get in the way of seeing a show? Bravo! The possibility had not even occurred to me. Phoenix Wright, entertainment consultant. God, I'm almost done. Magnifique Ramai. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnifique's repertoire? Do not be deceived. Balance skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slows me on my way. Zach Ramayi. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Ramayi murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press came to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here must I stand, smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnify's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. It's only 2. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. What questions does Phoenix ask, though? Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to show the Magatama. Wow, that was a lot of dialogue. Magnify's death. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years, I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our truth within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valon, but right now, I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valon, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. Let me be frank. No one, and I mean no one, can stand in my path. Not even you with your silly frilly ways. Let me be frank too. That's the first time anyone's called me silly frilly. What? Oh. Bit of magic, something to stop Valon's show in its tracks. Now's no time for subtlety. And what might that be? I see it bears the Gramai's seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnify's miracles. What? Zach Gramai? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Lucy and Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zach is gone. Vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. I thought that was going to say notary public. That's why I stumbled. Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifique. Yes, it was Zach, it was him. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Gramai shot Magnifique? Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Volant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifique Gramai? Okay, I'm gonna go back to the Borscht Bowl Club. The Gramai secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you was done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Gramai? I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame, one that many know. Not many know, I mean. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valan Gramai's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valan would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you! Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yes, there was a warmth in them I felt, like an embrace. She is dead and Magnifique Ramailly has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy? Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any powers to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalas's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. And I know who? Oh, Apollo. Duh. This boy. His name is, I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. What? Thalas's portraits. Okay, I don't have this. Mr. Preschel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zack, after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I never forget his wife. Thalassa Grandmarie. Magnifique Grandmarie's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? So Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know? I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got a better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscent, you know? Thalassa has another child besides Trucy. End quote. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance? Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Thalassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow this photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know? I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger words to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still, I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifique. I was just wondering what Magnifique would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Magnifi, and with his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some Grammar-y gene? Magnifi told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa, he said Zack had good eyes, but not good like a Grammar-y's eyes, not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammar-y secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone. Zack Grammar-y. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammar-y fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grammar-y's power. A power which passed from Magnifi Grammar-y to Thalassa, the next generation, and I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Okay, it's finally done. Whoops, I didn't mean to. Sometimes I just do things. Here's the Magatama again. The Grammar-y secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play gods with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grammar-y? I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the frame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal, to you and Valan Grammar-y's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valan would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you! Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. The things they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them I felt, like an embrace. She is dead and Magnifi Grammar-y has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy? Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. This boy. His name is, I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney. I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So what are we to make of this, old great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grammar-y's as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are a Grammar-y family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, or son. The Grandma Yi secret. This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it is passed down the Grandma Yi line. It runs in their veins. God, I'm having such a hard time reading. What is it? I asked her, Celesta once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they become tense even slightly, then she would know no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it? Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt like there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Fuck. Trucy and Apollo. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother too has this power of hers. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Right. Tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live a life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. The bracelets. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Grandma Yi power reacts to tension in others. When a Grandma Yi senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is, the Grandma Yis can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something, precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You are talking about Poco, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Grandma Yi. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is a real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor Magnifique Grandma Yi passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifique Grandma Yi worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Look at his facial hair! God, those sideburns just go directly into the nose. Take this. I give my art to you, Zach. What? It is thanks for playing along with my show. I should probably give him a French accent too. It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zach. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Bah, I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Valan his taunts. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you and Valan were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Ah, yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Jack. And I am sorry I have done much that was wrong in my day. It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valan's. Perhaps, but it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valan up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years passes like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah, and now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valan had helped you pull it off. But that's madness. Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sourcing out my life should prove so complicated, even though I am dead? That night, Zach Ramari was killed. He died as Shoddy Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. His confession. To us, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valan Ramari. Zach's confession added to the court record. To whom it may concern, 7 years passed, I, Zach, murdered my mentor. Magnifi's death. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I have endured. Now, finally, the golden lives on my new golden age. All the miracles of our truth within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valan, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valan, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. And what might that be? I see a Bells the Gramai seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. This is the transfer of rights. Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived enthralled to the death? You're not the only one with that problem. But he showed Magnifi. Yes, it was Zach. It was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Ramai shot Magnifi? Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valan. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Ramai? I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Ramai wrote one more thing before passing on. This is a confession. One I haven't read. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court and hereby confess to my crime. In which he admits to the killing of Magnifique Ramai. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zachworth is right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him. Alakazoo! Oh my gosh! Magnifique Ramai. You do not know that this confession is nothing but lies? Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Ramai killed no one. Then you must be seeking the truth as a simple matter of elimination. Who receives instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So you managed to protect me, his partner. Ha 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 ha. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifique Ramai in the forehead? If I had and I told you, what would you do? Call into the police, perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnifique's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So the long Ramai did kill the great Magnifique. Heh 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 heh. Ha 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 ha. So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as, I don't know, Knack and Talon Grammar-y, maybe? Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valon received those stunting letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now? If it wasn't Zack or Valon who shot Magnifique, then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnifique Ramai himself. Suicide? So Magnifique Ramai committed suicide? You find it hard to believe? To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be sleeping. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifique Ramai? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifique transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner Jacques Ramai, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Is Valon Ramai confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? Valon's crime. You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifique's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands? Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifique, and I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifique's hospital room. Which was? IV fluid, of course. I had seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came, but then Magnifique called me back. I am sorry, Valon. I am giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifique Ramai killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. That killed him. He was the one. Claim him and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, then I used the syringe to add the IV fluid I'd brought. So when in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifique died and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes? I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Height. Only when I had lost everything I could make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt still stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zakramai was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps, man. My apologies, forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner Zakramai. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I am glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you.
What? He's suggesting that Thalassa is still alive? And what, she's just been fucking around for like 7 years? 7+ years? Damn, abandoned her children too. That's cold. Zakramai, Shoddy Smith, whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. And the impenetrable darkness that remains has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good. And it would involve paying that man a visit. Last one. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well? You go find out. Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. Look at this letter. There it is. The yellow envelope. And the sender is... Drew Misham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atropine spray finds anything. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was a stamp, alright, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. So please release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Drew Misham. Gotcha. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Yara Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atrokinane's poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right? Wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Wait. A camera? We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can.
Okay, to be continued, that means that I'm done. I feel like the final part is gonna be a monster, so it's better to stop while I'm ahead. Uh-huh. Okay, I'll just end stream now. Goodbye, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow to finish this case out. Or maybe I'll play Alan Wake 2, just to shake things up a little bit. Anyway, goodbye.